All right, so I'm just getting started. So we'll be doing rat race again, and the plan today is going to be probably to go generator hunting, as well as maybe check on Muldra, and then, well, I do want to get through to spring, and then we're gonna start messing around with the cars. But it's still like February-ish, and so we still got a little ways before I want to do more of that. But then more than likely what's going to happen is that I'm going to start playing around with the cars. So as a result, we're going to see a lot more, well, more zombies. But we'll see. Anyways, let's get started. Hope everybody's morning's going good. And or evening, or whenever you're viewing me, I suppose. Hope that you're doing okay. It's quite exciting, though, that I turned over that vehicle and things were interesting. All the way to the cabin. We had zombies all the way to the cabin. That is crazy in my mind because the cabin area was clear. It was clear. There were no zombies there. And it's on an angle which doesn't make sense that there would be zombies there. So it's like, how did those zombies get there? Strange. But good. Good that they're coming out of the woodworks. We just need to do it and make sure that they come out of the woodworks in the right way. So that they're not accidentally, oops, and then I die, because I make a mistake. Yeah, literally out of the wood. They came out of the forest. Jefferson Forest has never been more dangerous. They were coming out of that northern section, which makes sense because that's where I pulled my heli. But what doesn't make sense is them being by the cabin, because they would be further north than that. But remember, that's where I came from. That's where I was to start, which means that I would have cleared out that area, because I spent like, what was it, months and months there. Okay. Before we start this, though, I will do one quick BRB because I just want to pour my tea. Because I was boiling it while the intro was playing, and so I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Wait 1 second. You're okay. I gotta fix that later. Okay. Perfect. Let's get some zomboid going. I'm gonna blame the rat. Like rat most? I don't know if I could blame rat most. It'd be hard to bring myself to do that. Storm the zombies. Oh, I see. Chances are unlikely that I would come out this area. What if I do? Alright, fishing, eat your heart out. Oh my god. This is one rabbit. Goodness. One rabbit. That was a chonky rabbit. I don't even have high butchering. Poor fishing. Rest in peace, fishing. I should do this really quick. What's the lowest one? Even the poor cuts are like 60s. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna screenshot this. What's my butchering level again? That's like nonsense. Let's put this away. I'm not one to care about the non-caloric values of these, but it's still like I'm guessing that they're each gonna be like 1,000 each. That's like just one rabbit alone producing over like that's old fishing levels of calories right there. That's like maybe even, what is that? That's 6 average cuts. So let's say they're about 1,000 each, maybe 1,500 each. But let's say 1,000. Let's round down just to be on the safe side. These ones here, let's say they're 700 each, so that'd be times 4. So that would be right there. It would be. That's 24, right? So that's 24 on just the pour cuts alone. Not to mention that we have, so that would be 7,000 calories on the average cuts, and then we can assume that the prime cuts are going to be at least 1,500. But let's be kind and put the prime cuts up to 2K each, so that that's, you know, another 8K calories right there. That's an old fish. That's the old big fish with level 4 butchering. That's pre-nerf fishing. That is absurd. Until you equip a frog with an M16 and a bulletproof vest to send into the forest. Oh, that's true. But I don't think that the frog would. I think they would be friends. The frog and the rat would be friends, and then the rat wouldn't tell anybody about the strange human that wanders the landscape killing zombies. This rabbit is ludicrous. Like, I could just eat one of these flanks. I have no way of preserving it, so like 90% of this rabbit is gonna go bad. These 82 seeds weigh 8.2, but one piece of rabbit weighs. I'm so confused. Okay, do we have a bag that I can carry stuff in? Just gonna go there. Ah, good times being here. Oh, I think I could get there in time. Hmm. Part of me is really curious about this road. It would be shorter to go this way. But I don't have gasoline. Outside of Crossroads, I mean. I don't have anything going on in game right this second. I'm gaining. I guess I could be doing working out. Um, I only need half of it. Oops. Well, still. We'll do workouts until regularity's max, but also because the weather's bad. We're not gonna get too much XP for this. It'll be better for me to fight and stuff, but oh, we're in agony. Interesting to remember collecting things and being excited about those kinds of things. I still like those things, it's just having seen them and what am I gonna do? Those are stone knives. I need to make a stone saw. You have chipstone somewhere here? Doesn't look like it. There we go, that's exactly what I need. I need a branch. Surprisingly, I don't have a whole lot of branches. Or maybe that's not surprising. Make 5 of these. One of these. You've had the rat race and you still don't know if you hate it or you like it? That's fair. It's not gonna be for everyone. It's definitely, it's one of those sorts of things where you'll figure it out. Hello. It's definitely, it's a slower paced game, for sure. It's meant for marathon play, so if you really like to go kind of like at a marathon pace, you can go faster in it. There are ways to kind of do things with some speed, but it's like... Chisel. So I need a chisel and I need a... I don't think I can use the carpenter chisel. Which means I need 3 chipstones now. 1. Yeah, we're in a bit of pain at the moment because I started trying to work out my legs really quick just to burn some of the time because it was is not good weather. Just gonna have to deal with that for a bit. We actually go to bed early. Not too early though. I need 2 chipstones at the moment. Or, no, 3. 3 chipstones. First chipstone will be to make a stone chisel. Or no, wait. Can we make the stone chisel out of... No, it's 2 chipstones. And then a drill. And then once we have the drill, we can do bone pieces to level tailoring some more while we're here, because I'm gonna eat as much of this rabbit as I can, and then we're gonna head to Muldra, and I want to see how Muldra's doing before we... Like I said at the beginning of the stream, today I'm just gonna be trying my best to make it to spring, and then we're gonna be playing with cars eventually in the rat race. Very soon I have plans to turn that engine into a lure. But, and I plan to drive the car again. But, for right now, we've seen what happened. The crossroads was clear. Fully clear. I turned that engine, drove, like, from parking lot to pump. I didn't even drive far. I drove parking lot to pump, and I shut off the vehicle. And then the crossroad was formed. As well as not just the crossroads, but down the road, all the way down to the turnoff, and even zombies appeared here at the cabin. So, when I do the next turning over of the engine, there's no going back, there's no undoing, there's no You know, so I need to make sure that when I next time I do it, I lock it in, and that it's what I want, and that I'm ready for it. Our injuries coming down. Well, that's a lot of thread. You forget about the large amounts of things you have sometimes saved up. That's empty. Go to bed early. All right, time to head out. So, like I said, we're gonna head back to Muldra and we're gonna have a look. I want to see how bad it's gotten. I'm gonna guess that that vehicle... Did it pull 7 cells? Did it pull 3 cells? How far did I drive? I drove very carefully. It seemed like it pulled more than 3 cells, but maybe it didn't. If it did, then it pulled the entirety of the front half and or maybe the entire train yard. Is there any noticeable huge lag when hordes move around? What do you mean by that? Do you mean like when I'm in a like near an area where there's hordes moving around? Like there can be, but it's not. The game generally will handle itself quite well, unless you have a really big group. But it's not when they move around, because they're gonna be moving around anyways. It's just them existing is gonna cause you like issues. You'll notice it. It'll be like noticeable frame loss if they're like behind a wall or something. When I make sound and attract all the Z's. All right, so to explain how that works a little bit, and sort of to... The way that it works is any zombies that are outside the player loaded area are virtual zombies. They're not rendered in. So they don't have clothes, they don't have form, they're just digital. They're not real. Right? They're just a representation of zombies that exist in the world. It's when they enter the player area is when they become loaded. It's when they gain their form. It's when they gain their loot table, everything. So, the player area, if I were, let's say, here, and let's pretend for a second that there's zombies in each of the four corners here, right? Around the crossroads. And I'm in the center of crossroads. It won't lag too badly unless there's a lot of zombies. But even if you spawn into the center of a city, it's not going to be that bad. It may be fairly bad, but it won't, like, the game handles itself well. It's just if you plan to stay there, that's going to be a problem, because then the zombies on every side will start to press, and then it'll more... There is a bit of an engine limitation. It'll get to the point where eventually it just crashes you. Even if you up the RAM, doesn't matter. The game has limits. So that's why you'll see that folks that play Times 16, they'll do zombies sort of in piecemeal form. Like, we'll do a few thousand at a time. We're not going to do... You're not going to see us stand at the gateway of a fence that has like 50k zombies and just stare at them for like super duper long. We might like look at them, but we would, we would leave, and because we don't want our game to crash and us to lose some of those zombies. Because one of the features that the game has to protect the player against lag is a culling system that will kill those zombies. If you stay for too long, your game crashes, you load back in, and you may lose some zombies. So, it's a sad day when that happens a little bit. That said, though, the game does handle itself quite well. You do have to be careful on Time 16, though, because you can get pinched, you can get surrounded. Which is one of the reasons why I'm gonna be going towards Muldraw right now to have a look. But as you can see, even this cabin woods area was not safe. There were zombies here, which is concerning, because there shouldn't be that many zombies here. This area is, I spent a long time cleaning. Now that said, the train yard zombies I haven't cleaned, so... As you can see, yeah, I'm gonna head towards Muldraw now and have a look. And then I'm gonna take some time to reassess myself. I've got an in-game month to figure it out, and then springtime is when we're going to have a real push. We're gonna actually... The reason being is that spring has better food yields. Plus, hopefully by then I'll have... I need to get back to Muldraw, because that's where most of my weapons are. Is in the Muldraw base. So I just need to get there, stock weapons... Do I have a bowl on me? I do. Nice. Oh, no. Thank goodness for add random game. The only problem is that kind of annoying. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, it won't attract everything. It'll attract lots of stuff. But for example, if I'm here, it's very unlikely that I'm gonna pull the Riverside zombies unless I'm really, really noisy. Which is, it's possible. If like I speed demon with a sports car with no muffler and like reverse, maybe I could pull some of Riverside, but it wouldn't like pull to like they get stuck on stuff, so they wouldn't be able to make it all the way here. They'd get stuck on the river, they'd get stuck on fences, because the zombies, even if the devs do give the zombies the ability to break the too high fences, it's they'll still be limited by the fact that they are they can't access their animations when the player's not nearby. So due to that limitation, they'll never be able to leave Riverside. They can bunch up as much as they want against the fence, it doesn't matter. They can't smash it down until I get there. Unless they somehow manage to leak around the side. Hello. But the Riverside has a couple of scoops, so I don't think that they'd be able to. It's not to state that they wouldn't be able to. It's just because there is always the chance that they could figure it out, but it's not likely. Or if perhaps Brandenburg's population was large enough and it somehow managed to leak over there, and then they overflowed over the side, because it's like a cup of water. If you overfill it, they would bunch up until they start spilling over a little bit. I'm getting a lot of errors, which I'm gonna guess is animals being deleted and or causing problems. But this is the path to Dixie. Usually it's very light. There's usually not too many zombies along it. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We'll go this way, and if I see a wall of zombies, then I'll back off, but I haven't seen a wall of zombies yet, so... Where? I stopped here before because it was Wally. And I didn't like it. But since then, we've been poking Muldra, so perhaps the wall is lighter? This is unexplored territory. And it is bare. Like, there's no zombies here. What does rat race mean? Well, rat race was the name was inspired by the old movie Rat Race. Rat race is also a coined term that means essentially the like everyday job kind of the that sort of stuff. But hello. The rat race, the way we're using it like I said, it was inspired by the movie where everybody raced for a goal across the that one was across the country, I think. But this one is a race to a million zombies, perfect character, and 13 points of interest across the map, which is kind of neat. It gives us all something to strive for. We're all playing on the same settings. We're all there's some rules. Yeah, there's a rule set. There's like allowed mods and stuff if you want to use mods, or you don't have to. You can just do a vanilla run as well. But it'd be vanilla with these settings. And then there are other rules as well in place, like don't use exploit, stuff like that. Like so there's like we're all playing with the same rules. So if you see someone else with the rat race tag, generally speaking, unless they're mistaken in which there have been a couple of folks that think they're playing rat race, but they're not, because they got the settings wrong, or they thought they had the right settings, but we've had that in the past a couple of times. It's just a mix up, really. They probably mean to be on the rat race stuff, but they end up mixing some stuff up, which happens. Humans make mistakes, right? We do that a lot. That said, though, it is a fun challenge. It essentially gave like a multiplayer feel to Build 42 in a way, because everybody got to load up all these same settings, and we're all trying to go for the same goal, and everybody had different strats, and there's like a whole Discord about it, right? Which is that's the Rat Race Discord. So if you're interested in seeing like the other rat racers and stuff, they post when they go live in there. They also the little thing goes like a different color, as well as there's some other stuff too, which is kind of neat. And it's a fun challenge. I've given that it's a marathon style challenge, though, there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of effort, and a lot of like it takes a long time to be able to kill a million zombies in Zomboid, let alone doing it on Build 42, where your kill potential can be equivalent. It's just it takes a lot of effort and time to get to that stage where it is equivalent to Build 41. Meanwhile, in Build 41, you would be kind of fairly consistently able to get a lot more done, because there's less mechanics that are keeping things down. Okay, right now I'm just I'm running over to I want to get to my little house, and I want to see how bad it is. If I actually pulled, it looks like I didn't pull as much of Muldra as I thought we did, but I need to get closer to see to the main strip. Some of those zombies are in brand new clothes. I don't like ruining new clothes. These are new. How are my shoes? Like, yeah. The biggest thing is to try and beat our own PBs. That's the big thing for the rat race. There's a couple of folks that probably can beat the rat race, but at least striving to beat yourself first is a big thing. And then, you know, set the bar high for yourself. That's my hope, is that I'm going to get to my personal best. But it's going to take some time to get there. It's definitely not an easy feat. I've set the bar real high for myself, and to get back there is going to take another... Well, once we commit to killing consistently, it won't take... It'll still probably take months, but... Like, probably, like, I want to say between three months, maybe 4 months to get the amount that I had. At least, at the pace I'm going right now, for sure, because I'm only doing Zomboid twice a week. But we may do it more. It's just for right now, for this week, we did it twice. And in the future, maybe I will do, like, maybe there will be a week full of Zomboid. Who knows? I'm gonna try and keep everybody informed best I can, though. Alright, let's have a look. I don't see any zombies in my crafting area. Which leads me to believe that we're okay. I'm gonna go get some water. Oh yeah, I want to put these seeds away, because I don't want to keep accidentally picking them up. But it's nice to have these seeds here. The reason why it kind of lags over there would be the same reason that we'll watch frames dip here as well. If I walk by this, you can see the frames drop noticeably. It's because the amount of items and crafting recipes the game's loading up right there is a lot. And there's a lot of different items that it's asking for, and so we've got 2 of these. I can bring this with me. Question is do we stay the night here and then travel to Dixie in the morning? So if that's the case, I'll just read that book until we can go to bed. And then we'll travel to Dixie in the morning, see how bad Dixie is, assess, go to Crossroads, collect gasoline, come here. I'll look for a generator in the garages here, and if I don't manage to find one, because I don't remember if there was one, if I don't manage to find a generator in one of the garages here, I know where there is a value tech gen and a premium gen, to which then we'll be able to power this area, probably. And I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna have a nap. And these... this... So I don't think it pulled the first half of Moldjar, which means that likely scenario is that it only pulled from around it. But we'll have to see if Dixie is just as bad. If it's not, then that means that it only pulled a smaller radius, which should probably be between 3 and 4 cells. So this is what, 1, 2, or no, it's smaller than that. I keep 1, 2, so it would have pulled this Dixie Forest area. So it would be like here. Right? Yeah, something like that. It's like down this road in a radius. It'd be up in that radius there. Okay. Before we continue, I'm just gonna be right back for just a second. I'm not gonna be too long. I'm not even gonna BRB. That's how fast I'll be. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. All right, let's head towards Dixie and see how bad that is. But seeing how Moldra is, I'm, we'll just have to see. Because Dixie might be in the radius. But this is promising. If it's only a few cells like that, based on the vehicles driving like that, then that's not too bad. I can actually probably consider, once I've cleared out areas, slowly driving around will be more than possible. Maybe. We'll have to see. Ah. Isolating, yeah. PZ's one of those games that's very... You're alone, and it's good as a result of that. Some folks don't like it as much, though. They really love their multiplayer, which is fair. It's a fair assessment. Okay. I know why you don't play PZ multiplayer. That's fair. I like multiplayer for... Well, I mean, but the thing about PZ multiplayer that is the same... So, For me, and this is goes for all multiplayer, but multiplayer is never about the game and is more about the people that you play with. The game can be like a catalyst. It can be something that is useful, but my point is that it's not, the game isn't why, you know, it's because enjoying those folks' company. Interesting. What you up to, Dixie? I thought you were clear. I found some zombies. Is this North Moldra that maybe wandered up? Into a stick pit. They've already said they don't want to do that because it will trivialize the zombies a little bit, right? You'd having a bunch of stick pits everywhere or stuff like that. It got an X on the forum. That's not to state that modders don't do it, because there was a mod that did spike spike pits, but it got an X on the forum for the devs. So I don't see the devs doing that. Doesn't mean modders won't though. There's you can go back and see that forum post. It's still there. It's the same forum post that said that they would not do zombie animals. There's not going to be any zombie dogs, no zombie cats, no zombie cows. Now, outside of accidents, which they kind of did a little bit, and then there's the whole them joking with the whole zombie skeleton deer, but that was them kidding. They weren't trying to make that like a thing. I may need to go back. How bad is this? Is it still? But yeah. Like I said though, it doesn't matter if the devs are going to do something or not, because if the community really wants it, then a mod will come out eventually that will have it, so it's fine. I'm not... I probably wouldn't care to have zombie animals though. Hey, it's Chili. Hi Chili. How goes? You having fun? How goes your death run? I am currently dealing with the leftover effects of having started a car and drove it a little bit. As well as I'm working on getting more generators. But we actually have technically started a generator and had power very briefly. And I did drive a car. Well, that'll learn you. No, no, it won't. You don't understand. I did it once, and it was like, test. And now it's gonna be like, it comes springtime, I'm gonna be driving around. That's what's gonna happen. This is me, like, just testing it. There goes that. Those are OP. I mean, they're okay. Like, I feel like they're strong. They don't... The muscle strain issues are not the same as on spear as other weapons. They are two-handers, so similar to the long blunts and the swords, you get the 0.5 multiplier instead of the 0.6, so that 0.1 multiplier actually is really big, especially earlier on, when muscle strain is much higher values. That said though, it's fine. But yes, also if you need self-care and, you know, if the puppies need you, make sure to take care of yourself and the puppies. Hopefully they're doing okay. I'm having a fairly good day. And I've managed to stick to my schedule in, you know, for the most part, this whole week. So tomorrow is a variety day, so is Sunday, because I'm going to be doing varieties on weekends. And then Mondays and Fridays are PZ. So, and then right now Thursdays and Tuesdays I've got it set to be Vintage Story and RimWorld on Wednesdays. So hopefully the structure sticks. I'm doing the best I can. Yeah, right now I'm kind of just using... I need to go grab the long blades is what I need to do. Just stuff my bag full of long blades. I didn't make it back to Dixie, which is interesting. How would it trivialize them? What, you mean the traps? Oh, it's true that lots of people cheese zombies in lots of different ways. It's just that, I think the devs don't want the zombies to be killed that way, and they don't want them to be cheesed either. I don't think that they want them to be, like, poked through fences and stuff, which is why they were working on having the zombies path away from fences or break the fences down. I don't know how they would deal with fire or cars. But like I said, it's not a view that I have myself hold, so I can't tell you the answer on that. I just remember reading the forum posts going, interesting, and then moving on with, like, you know, because it doesn't matter. And then I'm just giving my take on why, but it may not be 100% correct. Maybe the devs have a deeper reason. Not sure. Don't know. Yeah, spears are still pretty good. Long blunts and long blades are also fairly decent. Short blunts, short blades, still good. There's no real weapon that's bad. Axes are still really, really strong. Something else that traps would be able to do, though, is automate killing the zombies. By outsmarting them? I mean, it depends. You gotta also remember that in the Nox universe, they didn't have zombies. That's why they're called zomboids. There were no zombies in this universe. This universe is not the same as ours. It's different. They never had zombies. Zombies are a thing that just appeared. They had Z people, which are like kind of like, but they're not the same. Which is one of the comic books, is Z people. But yeah, they didn't have zombies in this universe. And that's actually what the canonical term for the enemy isn't zombie. It's zomboid, which is weird to me that so many games avoid. Let's call them walkers. Let's call them, you know, moaners. Just like they're zombies. All of them are zombies. Classification zombie. So many different things that are zombies, but that's all they are. Is they're zombies. Let's see, which weapon do I want to be using? Long blunt, short blunt, long blade. Technically, long blade is the best choice at the moment. Can I put you secondary? Are you heavy? Oh yeah. I mean, you're I'm indifferent to this topic. I don't care one way or the other. I'll just use whatever's available. I'm not sure. You can go and make a message on the forum for the devs to see. And I don't care either way. Cause it's like, if there's traps in the game, I'll use the traps. If not, then I won't use the traps, right? It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I'm neutral to this topic. I'm just relaying the information to the best of my ability. And now I'm gonna use short or long blades to poke the zombies at Dixie, and hopefully we'll push over to the Dixie Crossroads. It looks like I did stir up some of the North Muldraw, but not the ones that are by here. By trivializing it, it's because I think that the devs would think that people would automate killing the zombies. Technically, you can't automate a fire. I mean, you can kind of with the whole setting a car next to it, sound effects and all that. That's kind of automated, but I don't know how they would deal with that. They'd have to change a lot of the systems in order to not have the zombies corral around a car like that, and because it wouldn't make sense either, really. I don't know how they would fix that, but the fence thing, like poking through fences and stuff, they were working on that because they were having the zombies break the fences, and they're having the zombies move away from the fences via their pathfinding a little bit if they're, you know, if a player gets too close, because they try to start pathing around it, or they're working on some of it, but I don't know. I think that they want to keep it from getting too automated. I guess fire kills don't count towards your kill count, which kind of is good. I don't know, it's weird because now explosion kills count towards your kill count. If they put fire kills on the kill counter, I don't know. I think I would get a kill counter that splits it. Because I don't want those on my kill counter. I'm not interested in them. Not my style of play. What would I call the campfire car horns or the car alarm clock thing? I don't know. Like, I mean, I understand that does make it easier, and it does somewhat automate it. I don't know. Like I said, that's the on that forum post when that's what I've read, is that that's why they said that it would be trivialized and they don't want automation. So they don't want it to be like 7 days where you can just set up a zombie churn and not have to worry about it. You just like sit inside, read your book, and ignore the zombies. That they're ever present and ever able to get towards you. But once again, I don't know. I'm not one of the devs, so. All right, we'll be using these. They ever actively see the player? I mean, it's not that they're moot point. The zombies are ever present and will always cause the player death for the most part. The only time that they don't is if the player themselves chooses to either shelf the playthrough, or which in itself means that they died, kind of, right? I know the likely players wouldn't see that way, but if you're not actively playing your playthrough, it has no life in it at that time. So unless you're going to pick it back up, like for real, it eventually reaches a point where it's done. So are they even a threat? Yeah, they are. Because they can end your playthrough at any moment. There is no point in Zomboid. So where Zomboid beats 7 days is that there is no point in Zomboid where you are immune to the zombies. They are ever present and ever a threat. In 7 days, eventually you get to a point where you literally are unkillable. You have so much healing, you can't die of the infection, there's no death. You're not, like, outside of extreme player error, like, there's no way to die. So that's, and then I think in 7 days you can create elaborate, automated killing boxes for the zombies. And I think that's something that PZ wanted to avoid, is that they didn't want something like that. Now, of course, there is the fire thing, which you mentioned, which is true, and cars, but cars damage your vehicle. Even if you choose to try to use like another vehicle as the battery, like, you know, you hook something up to the trailer and then use that, it's still gonna damage your vehicle. So it's like, yeah, I just, that and those two things are still in the game kind of, but it's like, I don't know how they would balance those things out to make them less like strong, and then also still keep the player base happy in the sense, because you gotta remember there's lots of people that really like those things, so it ends up being, okay, well now what then, right? There is that stick trap mod that exists. It part of build 41. You could sharpen spears and put them into a grave, and you had to be careful because you could fall in. But it would kill like a few zombies. And it wasn't particularly automated. Like, you had to do a lot to get that trap going, and I understand that that's where you're coming from. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what why or how. Because they could always change their mind as well. I'm not sure. That post that they made is really old. It's like, it's quite an aged post. It was it is a fairly old one, but it does get referenced quite a bit for things that they are planning to do and things that they are planning not to do. That's what you thought the trapping skill was creating? No, trapping ended up being for like animals. And then if you looked on that posting, there was an X under traps for zombies. As well as, there's a bunch of stuff on that posting. There's some obvious stuff, like, no sexualized stuff. They don't want to add a going to the bathroom system. So, but you've seen them, there are modders that have done that already, because they wanted it to be more like The Sims, which I can understand. I wouldn't really be keen to have that in my game, because if I wanted to play The Sims, I'd go play The Sims. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, you could always post on the forums and ask. I'm sure that a dev would message about it eventually. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you had a good stream. As you can see, I'm doing the rat race stuff. which is going interestingly because we are poking Dixie and there are zombies in the way, which are probably because I drove a car at crossroads, which caused so the thing is it couldn't possibly have been North Muldraugh. The reason why I know that it couldn't have been North Muldraugh is because if it was North Muldraugh, we would see zombies when I came into town. So we didn't see zombies because I came into town. So it's got to have been Dixie is either, so what's either happened is the zombies that were in the train yard came up, which is unlikely because they're kind of like boxed in a little bit. I think there's like a boxed in section. More than likely, these are zombies that actually were in Dixie initially, but got pulled over because of this house alarm here. So they're zombies that are in the woods here. They that are just happen to be in here. That got jostled around by me starting that vehicle. So at least that's what I'm thinking. But I don't know for sure. It's hard to really guess where every zombie's gonna be. I mean, we need to rest for a second. Recoup some of that lost stamina and let my arm recoup. Okay. But yeah, hopefully you had a good stream. But right now I'm gonna be cutting up towards the crossroads, this back route, so that I can assess how badly the zombies have moved. And then once we get back to crossroads, I'm gonna pick up at least one gas can, and I think I'm gonna walk it back, which would probably not surprise anyone. But eventually we will drive cars, it's just... I'd like to do it in spring, when food is a bit more plentiful. How does PvP deal with zombie spawning and spread? I mean, the new heat map is different. It's strange. And it does depend on the settings. But... they've changed the heat map significantly since before. So it is more... yeah. And then it depends on, if you're talking about respawn, like, like respawns for zombies, it's based on your respawn timer and unseen hours, usually. So the amount of time a player is not in an area. Default for it is 10% every 3 days. So a timer will start that is ticking down gradually until a respawn timer happens, and then the timer restarts again. So essentially, if you're not in an area for 3 days, or if you go to an area for a little bit and then you leave, the timer is ticking down. And when you enter the area, it freezes. When you leave, it starts up again, but from where it was. And eventually you get to a point where it'll hit its respawn timer, and then whatever the number is. So it's based on the population of that cell. So some cells have higher population. If you're doing uniform setting, though, they're all the same. So it would do, on default, 10% of the cell would come back. They just crawl back in? No. It's not that they crawl back in. It's that, so the player area, the player loaded area is not as big as a cell. So even if you stayed exactly in the same spot, you didn't move, right? You just stayed directly in the middle of a cell. There's still that outside area where the zombies can spawn in. Because the player area is smaller than a cell. So there is still unseen area. So you can't really get away from the zombies if you have respawn on. Now you can do patrols. Patrols allow you to kind of control where the respawn is and keep the numbers low. And then also, you can block out the AI director. The AI director cannot respawn things on interiors, and if you use certain blockers, let's say, blockers like TVs are like, it's like solid objects. Think solid objects, TVs, walls, windows, door frames, you know, all these things, they count as blockers for the AI director. And so if I were to make a small box here, right, like a 3x3 box, zombies would never be able to spawn inside that box. Now think grand scale. For example, when I did my CDDA wall run, I was trying to wrap a wall all the way around West Point. Why? Because then the AI director wouldn't be able to respawn things inside of West Point. Right? So there are ways to prevent it as well. But that goes on fighting the game at a meta level, and it's a little at that point it gets crazy, because it's like, okay, it's no longer just I'm gonna wipe out this town. No, it's like it goes beyond a little. To seek out your location? What do you mean? You're talking about them seeking you out? So there are ways that the zombies kind of start to go towards your location, but those are called metas, and they're controlled by the sadistic AI director and the settings therein. If you set your helicopters to sometimes, the helicopter will always find you, regardless of if you are inside or in the deep woods or anything. The helicopter will still fly over you and cause sound sources over you. Even if it doesn't see you, like if it doesn't see you, you know, it's not relevant that it sees you. It still's causing a meta in your area, and that's how the zombies come over to your area, is through meta events based on their follow distance to sound, as well as their migration settings. Migration settings are the movement within the cell. It's zombies seeing free real estate on a different side of the cell, and so they travel to that side. Generally caused by the player clearing the area so that they can be in their area. That said, though, zombies don't really travel over borders without player assistance, metas, or if the border is open. There is a brief period where the border is open during follow sound distance. But for example, the zombies in Riverside right now, they're in Riverside. They're not going anywhere. They are in Riverside. They're not going to travel into the Riverside woods. They're not going to go into the country club. No, they're in Riverside and they stay there. Not unless they make a really loud noise, which then would draw them in a little bit. They would start moving towards the sound, and then quite a lot of them would get stuck on the gated community. Some of them would get stuck on the river and stuff based on my followed sound distance. But that said, they're not going to come over here if not triggered. They're not on. Because if that was the case, if all the zombies were shuffling around all over the place all over the time, nobody's game would run properly. Think about it. How many zombies are in Louisville? Tons, right? Your game wouldn't run if it had to calculate the movements of the Louisville zombies. It doesn't. It only calculates the zombies within your player-loaded area in a more specific, refined way, and then in your active area that is based around you, the metas you make, the sound you make. No, it doesn't spread out the zombies. That's false. It doesn't, like, the zombies in West Point right now, some of them will be over here because this is where my helicopter happened. But the thing is those zombies will stay there. They won't come down unless, for example, somebody drives a car, and then, well, that's different, right? Because now I'm activating them with a loud sound source. You see? They're not going to just wander off into the woods on their own. That's not how that works. Because they're not active. Not until you activate them, or meta activates them. But that requires the player interaction in some way. Right? Because you have to exist. The zombies actually can't do anything without the player. The player is the reason why the zombies can do what they do. Meaning that if the zombies ever trash and destroy your base, it kind of actually is your own fault. But yeah, the director doesn't spread stuff out. It spreads stuff out inside the cell. Like, but it has to be an active cell in order for it to do that. And then migration ticks have to happen. The migration ticks on Rat Race are low. Like, the time is fast. So it's like 1 hour migrations. So the zombies are always moving around in a Rat Race. But that said, they're moving around inside the cell because that's how migration works. Outside of when they hear something based on their follow sound distance, and or in the active area based on their pinpoint hearing, long memory. Those two things are important. Their eagle eyes are completely irrelevant. No. The zombie, no, it doesn't pull from another area to refill. No. If respawn is on, then it will respawn zombies. It doesn't intend, the sadistic AI director does not intentionally pull zombies from one cell to another cell to repopulate it. No. No. That's not how that works. The sadistic AI director outside of respawn doesn't actually see that other number. It doesn't need to. It doesn't pay attention to those redistribution numbers. It just measures migration ticks, and then also the zombies will then will go based on sound. So like the player interaction and metas. That's about it. They don't spread over stuff. No. But they don't wander over to an unloaded area. Not unless a meta compelled them to go into the unloaded area. Be like, for example, the way that would work is, let's say I set off a sound source here and they have my follow sound distance is 1,000. There's no zombies here, and West Point decides to walk over this way. They will walk into this way, and these chunks will enter an unloaded state because they have no zombies in them. But these zombies will be pathing down towards them and will go into them, depending on how long my sound source is. But that's caused by me. Then once again, player interaction. I would have to, it would have to be, you would have to do it. You can't, it wouldn't be the director. People think that the zombies just wander off into the woods, and they don't. That's not how that works. Zombies that are in the town are going to stay generally in the town. There are going to be some that kind of trickle into the woods a little bit, but it's going to be caused by the player. Or caused by metas of the player being nearby. That's what can cause the zombies to wander off into the woods. A good example would be during one of my Time 16 runs, I had zombies going into the woods because people were summoning integration. And the zombies were following the integration sound off into the woods. But that's, once again, that's player interaction and integration, as well as metas. That's not the sadistic AI director. Because yes, you could have some metas that activate and go off into the woods, but it's based on the player's location is why those metas are going off. So... But it's not intentional. It's not like the AI director is looking to put the zombies in the woods. You're being really over generous. The player area is not 20 cells. Like, active. You'd be lucky to have, like, 9 cells active at once, kind of. Because the way that it works is based on the player area, which is just a little bit more than half of a cell, right? Like, in terms of, it's what is it, 150, 151, something like that. And then that's distance. Area, though, the player area takes up about, if you were to stand in the middle of a cell, it takes up quite a bit. But so the reason why it seems like the zombies will pass through borders and people get so confused about migration, I've been trying to open the map this whole time, but I can kind of do it on the mini map, is because let's say this is the cell, right? And I'm here. The player loaded area is then going to be on 4 cells, right? Because it's this cell, this cell, and that cell. But you essentially, as a player, are acting as the gatekeeper on that location. The zombies there is no borders where the player is. So the zombies have free reign to go from here to there. Because of the player active area. The player active area is special. It links the cells in like sort of like a checkpoint where they get to go through for free. So if let's say this cell here has 20k zombies and these two cells have none, then the 20k zombies in here are like, whoa, free real estate, and they decide to go into one of those locations based on migration. That's migration active there. Now, that's why people get so confused about the whole borders thing, because the player loaded area also comes into effect. But it's like, it's all very niche. This is like super duper meta niche stuff. But yeah, it doesn't go into it wouldn't cross the cell border normally. Like if your player is over here, let's say your player is where this lake is, and this cell becomes active. Why? Because I guess let's say it's a sound source that is activates this cell, and your follow sound distance is on default, so the zombies don't really travel very far, right? Well, then this cell will be active, and they'll probably start migrating around inside the cell. So, but let's say another meta happens. Well, then they're going to start trying to go towards that meta a little bit, and then stop, and then redistribute, and then eventually, if the player decides not to go over there, that cell will shut off. Because why would it be on if you're not over there? The game tries to keep the cells active that you're in, because it doesn't want, like, it won't load up random other cells elsewhere, because that would be like, imagine if you had to load all of Louisville at once, or all of Brandenburg, Irvington Speedway, all of these places that have tons and tons of zombies. Your game would crash. How does the zombies move if they're not loaded? They can't. They're not loaded. They can't move. What you're saying is they move from a loaded cell into an unloaded cell. What? No. The only way that would work is if they're moving into an unloaded cell that is in between the player and that has no zombies in it. But that would require the player to be there, and more than likely it would cause the cell to be loaded. Like I said, you're entering a stage of niche that is it's like really, you'd have to line up like several stars in order to get that to work. Hello, Mr. Duck. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're doing well. I seen that you were doing your RV playthrough. How goes that, by the way? Is it going good? Also, if you need to raid and run, I can understand self-care and all that. Make sure to take care of yourself. I'll do my brief little intro, and then I'll do a brief little thing explaining the rat race for the folks that don't know what the rat race is, and then we'll continue. Here we go. No, I understand. You've got, you're busy. You got stuff you got to go do and stew and such. Do very much appreciate the raid, and looking forward to you know, New Year. I would I'm hoping that we're still doing that stuff. Maybe shorter. We'll see. Depends on who's around and what's not. I'm keen though. There we go, rat race. So for those that don't know what the rat race is, it is essentially, it's a difficult challenge. There's settings, there's rules, and the goal is 1 million zombies. Perfect character. and 13 secured points of interest around the map. It's pretty fun. I'm 2 years in ish. 2 years and some change. I accidentally overran the crossroads with because I started a car. Because vehicles on this game mode have what is it, times 10 vehicle engine loudness? Something ridiculous. The zombies that were in the woods hidden away have now come out, so I got to deal with them. But I circled around back to my Muldra area so that I could restock on some weapons. And right now I'm just doing weapon training, so which is going well-ish. We're getting there. Level 3 across the board. I don't speak I think that's Russian, right? I do apologize. Russians? Yeah, sorry, there doesn't seem to be. My translating thing says that yeah, sorry. There might be some Russian folks here, but I'd prefer if you know, you could, if you do know English, you should, you know, try and so I can be inclusive and not have to use a translator. Yeah, no, my day's been going pretty good. And I've managed to stick to my schedule, like, mostly this week, and I'm keen. Hopefully we'll just keep doing it. I'm just hoping that it stays the course. Today being, specific to this, I'm gonna need to go get food, though, and let's see. Well, we're good to get regular food. We don't need to get, go other stuff. It's good to hear that Mr. Duck's challenge is going good. It reminds me of a few other challenges that are similar to that one, kind of. Like the Saving Knox County challenge, or the was it called the Vagrant challenge or the Vagabond challenge? I can't quite remember, but it was essentially you started out on a vehicle and you just had that was it. You weren't allowed to like base anywhere. You had to stay in your vehicle. Can't quite remember what it was called though. Vehicle challenges are always interesting. Mostly because they often have like strange, interesting rules, like you're not allowed to leave your vehicle, or that you got to keep your vehicle in well maintained, or stuff like that. Will you survive with mods? Don't wait, don't answer, because you're not going to understand anything. Then why? Why are you being like that? That seems strange. Why ask a question then? I'm in shock. Okay, well, I did ask to be nice, but I'm just gonna... There. I time you out for 1 second. You behave,
You're
okay?
amazing!
Okay. Alright, you have a good one, bye. Kind of easy to build your own kiln. Meanwhile, Van has several kilns. Dome kilns and advanced kilns. Almost done reading the Build Your Own Kiln book, though. Come to think of it, when you build a kiln, it doesn't give you pottery XP. So why is that one called Build Your Own Kiln? Gives you pottery too. Interesting. Didn't think about that before. Building a kiln doesn't give you pottery XP. Why is it called that? We still try it. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with folks. Oh dear, wall. I gotta pause and have a read. I mean, there's none there, just a dot. Basically, a value. Mention that each cell is loaded value. Same cell. No, no, that's not how that works at all. Okay. Hopefully that clears that up. It does not work that way. Fireworks. Is that wood glue? Yay, wood glue. Oops. Grab that back. Do you use it? Sometimes. Most of the time I'll use it on something that I find is important. Or if I want to make something last a little bit longer. I like seeing it though, because it gives me options. So it's less about me actually using it, more just having the availability of the item is good. So, I don't need to use it. But will I? Maybe. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. But usually it's based on, situation. It's situational. We're not getting lucky with foraging at the moment. Hey, it's exploring. Hooray. Hello. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm having a good day. You're still alive. That's good to hear. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I understand that, you know, sometimes, especially after, you know, stress in the rat race, maybe maybe you need a little rest. But yeah, weight can be. It can be a bit annoying. That's why I took the precautions that I did when I noticed that things weren't faltering. So I definitely recommend, if you find that your weight's faltering, you're gonna have to focus on securing one of the many methods that's really good for weight gain. What is the rat race? I can do a little exclamation point thing and it tells you what the rat race is. It's basically a challenge run that has rules and goals. So there you go. And so you got to get 1,000,000 kills, create a perfect character, and 13 points of interest. But kudos on you being still alive. Yeah. Yes. I should do my little intro thing and then we can continue, which is dealing with the fact that I started a vehicle and drove it, like, only a little bit, but I drove it. Do you recommend being asked about how zombie distribution system is coded? I mean, you could ask in the PZ Discord is where I would ask, I guess, but there's not a guaranteed clear-cut way that you're gonna get an answer, I don't think. Because they often are mysterious about how they do things. You could go and compile the code yourself, though. There's plenty of people that do that, if you're interested in the code side of things. Becoming a code diver. But yeah, so right now I'm dealing with the fact that I started a vehicle, drove it just a little bit, and, you know, have no idea how to do that. Well, there's people that you could ask, I suppose. You maybe ask Rhett, or Yuri's just recently started doing mod stuff. You could ask Yuri, or there's like a lot of folks that are capable of that. I have no interest. Twist does it as well. I have no interest in that myself. I like playing the game, and I get corrected by the code diving folks a lot of the time for some of the stuff that I get wrong, but there are some cases to be made where even the code says one thing, but the gameplay says another. Like, a good example of that would have been creating spears in Build 41. Code said one thing, but when you tried to do it in-game, the in-game would choose other options. So it was, like, very much. Here's a how-to on the Carjack Zomboid wiki. Oh, there you go! Alright, let's grab some rabbits and pet some rabbits. Because we're hungry. I'm sorry, bunnies. How many bunnies are here? 84, okay. Yeah, hello, and Steve. Yeah, my interest in doing the code stuff is not there. Like, I don't have interest in doing that. I like playing the games. Because it really tells you a lot about their ideas. I mean, kind of. But then there's other stuff as well. It's important to remember. You could always ask the devs, too. Like I said initially. And that would probably be the best way. That should be enough to get me through the day. Sometimes they are mysterious with how they answer, though. Like, they'll answer and it'll be like, what's the answer to this? And they'll be like, they'll just smile at you. That's not an answer. But yeah, if the wiki is really good at that, then explaining, then I'm sure you'll be fine. Like I said, my interest isn't in that. My interest lies in the game, like actually executing the stuff, like in seeing it firsthand. How much more of this book do I need to read? Handful of pages. Yeah, rat race is fun. It's a tough challenge, but given that it's a marathon, there's a lot of times where folks will take breaks from it. It takes a lot of effort. I'm kind of keen to see that Twist is jumping back into the rat race as well. Looking forward to when he posts in his score. But he might wait until he's caught up with Shivas a little bit more. Because that is something that they like to do. Oh yeah, absolutely. And things change. Like their visions change. They decide to go a different route. They find an easier method. Sometimes they find a harder method that is just better overall. Like it also depends on who's on the team and what they prefer, right? Some people, for example, like things all on the right-click menu, while some folks like stuff like this. They started putting stuff in here, so like for the fire, right? Stuff like that. It all depends on the type of person that's involved in it, and you know, we'll just wait and see what happens with PZ over time. If you were to look back in the older builds, though, like the way old builds, and then look at the game now, it is so much different now than it was then. So different. How heavy are those gas cans? Oh, they barely weigh anything. Yeah, it's basically a different game. Yeah, exactly. No longer the same as it once was. Well... Because it went from being grounded in some of sort of The Sims to gradually adjusting to being more survivally, and now it's getting to the point where eventually we'll be able to craft everything. It's not there yet, but perhaps one day we'll be able to remake things like this, like the entire, like all of the tiles and stuff. I would love build menu to be available for us to access via maybe the construction menu or whatever. Yeah, make a roof, like a real roof. Yeah, I agree with you. Well, even just like something simple, like being able to make a candle. I want to be able to make candles. I know I can find candles, but let me make them. It isn't that hard to put a wick in a little bit of fluid and a little bit of, you know, like oils or fats. Not hard. Do you want frog candle? No, I don't want, well, a frog-shaped candle. I want a frog candle. I'm lighting frogs on fire. It's not happening. Frog-shaped candle, though. There's still... I've never found the ceramic frog pot scrubber. There is a ceramic frog pot scrubber somewhere in the world. One day I will have one of my own. Yeah, I get you. That I don't want it twisted, where people think, oh yeah, light frogs on fire. No, I don't want to light the frogs on fire. Frogs are friends. I'm for this. I am for them adding ceramic frog pots to the game. And also frog chairs. I may be a bit biased though. There may be some biasness there. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. Small amount of bias. Alright, let's go bonk zombies on the head with swords. Till eventually they let me to pass Dixie. And if it takes all month, then that's great, because, I just want it to be spring. They've kind of been doing that with the whole, if you've looked at South Muldra, there have been some really interesting additions, like, you can find chickens and stuff in a trailer park over there. It's very interesting. And there's tons of generators, like, almost that entire trailer park is just full of generators that have been placed. It's right beside the rusty rifle. There's even one with a little pond in the backyard. There's some nice gated community stuff though too. Because I'm sure there's parts of Kentucky that are absolutely gorgeous to look at. Like those houses in LV that are beside the river. Imagine trying to do mountains in an isometric game. It would be a lot of like little areas where you can only see the player and there'd be like mountains in the way. I think they've done a really good job. Maybe. We're starting to approach Dixie. Are we breaking through is the question. They do have plans to make other angles for stairs, if I remember right. So if they follow the same rules as Roller Coaster Tycoon, I really wouldn't be that surprised. But whatever works best for them, and also based on their new tech that they probably have access to. Because they've got better things to work with the game than we've got, right? Kind of. To recoup a little bit of my pain. Or you can just sneak around them more. I mean, Rhett was playing a little while ago with a mod that essentially was that, where you just snuck around and the zombies had no clue you were a zombie, or you weren't a zombie, unless you made yourself aware. Like if you spent too long in the nimble stance, or like it was neat. There were some, like, essentially the zombies didn't realize you were a player. They just thought you were another zombie. Because why would they? Right? Muscle strain, pain. I gotta be careful because I don't want to lose them. I might as well go back. One more, right? Yeah, whatever. I'll see them on my way back if they are still there. We are sore. Maybe the sense of smell system will apply other things as well, like gas leaks and other such things. That would be kind of cool. That said, though, I don't exactly know how they're going to progress it in the future or what their plans are with that stuff. But I'm for features like that, as they are kind of niche. It sort of reminds me of 7 Days, because they had a sense of smell system in that game. If you carried a certain amount of meat on your person, you used to make, like, you used to have a smell radius and the zombies could smell you, which was neat. I don't think that's still a part of 7 Days, though. I think they've gravitated away from that. But I also haven't really been paying that much attention at the moment. I'm waiting for them to do their next rework or whatever it is that they're going to do. I'm gonna wait and see. Keep asking folks about it. Because it's a cool game. I'm thinking that this variety weekend that I'm gonna do is probably gonna lean towards either No Man's Sky, Satisfactory, or Factoria, probably. Because those are the games I've been wanting to play most. Outside of these games, obviously, that I've set up for the week. Because I like these games. You play Curbs DLC? I don't know what that means. Do you mean No Man's Sky? Or... Because I haven't really... Kirby's. I don't know what you mean. Is there, like, a Kirby game that you're talking about? I haven't played a Kirby game in, like... I don't count Smash Brothers as a Kirby game. Forgotten Land had a DLC. Forgotten Land. What is Forgotten Land? Is that No Man's Sky? There's a Kirby game on the Switch. I don't... My Switch hasn't been functional for a very long time. One of the thumbsticks popped off and I'm not getting that replaced. I might get it replaced at some point, but it's just not something that's high on my to-do list. That explains it, that I haven't played a Kirby game, but that doesn't explain that I haven't played a Kirby game since, like, Kirby and the Crystal Shards on the N64. That's the last Kirby game that I am remembering that I played. One shot, that's an easy fix. Yeah, I know it's an easy fix, but the point is that I'd have to go to a game store and get one of the thumbsticks, like buy a thumbstick, or get one used, or buy new joypad thingies for the sides, which I'm not doing right now. I might do it when I move in with Emma, but that's like the priority right now. Is like this chair that I'm sitting in is held together with tape, hair ties, and dreams. Like, it's barely cobbled together at this point. I'm not buying a new chair either until, like I said, I've got priorities. My priorities are in order, and I want to be with my partner, so I'm gonna wait patiently, and eventually I will be rewarded with being with my partner. And then also we're going to try streaming as a profession, as well as, like, I'll have a bunch of new stuff there. So that's when I'll buy new stuff. But for now, you'll hear me have to AFK sometimes, and it's to get like a hair tie, or that's not because I'm tying my hair. That's because I'm tying the chair's like supports so that it doesn't fall apart while I'm playing on it. Thankfully, my streaming setup is something that I set up ages ago, and that it's no soldering. Oh yeah, absolutely. It only costs $8. Really? That's not too bad. That gives me hope that I'm gonna play some Switch games in the future, but I don't need it right now because I still have a 3DS, and I still have a couple other handhelds. Plus, I have my phone, I have my tablet, I have the small laptop. It's like I don't need the Switch. Like I have a Switch, but I don't need it. Right? Yeah, but like, I mean, I could just buy two new Joy-Cons from Nintendo as well if I really want to, right? And then just replace the Joy-Cons that are on mine. I think that would work if I wanted to do official. And it's not like those are going to be that expensive. What are they, like $15, $20, something like that? You used to have a chair that's held together with a tie line? Yeah, mine is held together with so both arm guards have no more padding. Like, they are just metal, like, and so I've tied a bunch of cloths around them so that they're soft, so I don't have to. So, but they're just jagged metal at this point. Like all of the padding's gone. The chair padding is gone too. But I had an extra chair cushion from the dining chairs that I used to have. So I got rid of those dining chairs ages ago. But I had the cushions left over, right? The little pillows. So I have two of those. So I just change them in and out when I've got to wash them. Um, the But yeah, this like I said, this chair is held together with tape on the back as well to keep the hydraulic in check, because the hydraulics on the chair are shot. So I sometimes I find myself slowly going down, and then it's like I'm sitting on the floor, so I have to like set up the chair to not like do that. It's not a bad setup though. Like I've got a fairly good streaming setup. It's just that it's old. All of my stuff is old at this point. Like this streaming setup I set up it was brand new in 2016. And parts of this setup are are from when I used to what was it? It would be I've been in the streaming world since 2012. So 2012, something like that. Some parts of this setup are actually probably older than some people that are in the chat. Because that's just how it goes. There's some folks that are young and enjoy being young. You enjoy it. It's crazy to me. Recently, like I mean, I was watching Walsp yesterday because like that's the Walsp was who we rated yesterday, and he's playing a game that was like The Longest Journey, and I remember when The Longest Journey came out, and was like brand new and like cutting edge, and it's like that was 1990s, like 2000 era. It's like wow. That was just a little while ago. Time is weird like that, though. How's my weight doing? Ah, we gotta go have bunnies. Just gonna put that there for now. Let's go collect some bunnies. But yeah, I'll get that stuff fixed eventually. And like I said, I'm going to be basically getting rid of this entire streaming setup, and something brand new will be set up when I move in with Emma. As well as I'm getting Emma's old PC. We purchased a little while ago, Emma, a brand new PC. Like, brand new. Top of the line. Best we could get, right? And I'll be getting her PC. But that's when I get there. And Emma's PC is like 500 times better than mine PC. Or it's 500% better. I can't remember exactly but we compared them. It was like something like 200 to 500% better. It's not like I'm going to change what I'm doing. I'm going to still do the same things that I do now. Play Zomboid, play RimWorld, play Vintage Story. It'll just be on a PC that's slightly better than this current one. Yeah, time is weird. I agree. Hello, bunnies. I'm gonna pet some of you, okay? Yeah, hi, bunnies. Don't be scared of him. Can you pet every single one? That would take a long time and I wouldn't be able to tell if I have. Not unless I'm like picking them up afterwards and putting them in a different different one. But yeah, in theory I could, and it would be worth about 80 XP, roughly. Which in terms of animal care isn't that bad. But I don't need to hard focus it like that. I can just pet them every once in a while, and it'll get my animal care up. You're still unclear on why animal care is a skill? Because everything in Project Zomboid is a skill. We should be thankful that we don't have breathing as a skill. Oh wait, we do. It's called fitness. My bad. Sorry. Mistaken. There's nothing wrong with that, though. It's because it's kind of got that RuneScape-esque sort of feeling, right? Where you got, like, even things like building campfires, animal, what was it, fishing. There's tons. I was gonna go and cut another one, but I don't need to. We got a prime cut. So, because we got a prime cut, there's no need. That prime cut on its own could feed us for a little bit, but comboed with the fact that we got a couple of poor cuts and average cut, we're good. You want to get to the point of having a farm? I want to get to the point where I'm back at the crossroads and I'm able to drive that car and not feel like I can't do that. Right now, I feel like if I turn that engine, that I will be swarmed. Like there will be no escape. Yet I can't succeed. There's no success there. Only doom. Yeah, I got kicked out. Remember? Oh, maybe you missed it. Yeah, last time we played PZ, which was Monday. So I've got a new schedule. It's posted in the Discord, Blue Sky, and Twitter. So these are the places I'm posting it. It doesn't tell you the time. It only tells you what I'm going to be doing on what day, which is useful information to have. Kind of, I think. Sort of. This guy there. Those are the places I post it. Also, it's below the stream, like in the about section. There's a button that you can push that says schedule, as well as I put a link button there too for the folks that prefer clicking one of those. It'll take you to the Blue Sky posting. But essentially, yeah, we lost the car, kind of. I was forced out. I could have started the vehicle and drove a little bit more, but that would just make it worse. They kicked me out. I got kicked out. Yeah, you don't have to join the Discord if you don't want to. The reason why the Discord's there is if folks want to. And I know it's just another Discord. Like, I understand that. Some people, they have like 50 million Discords or whatever. I think the cap is 200 or something like that. But it's the best place that I post things, as well as if you want to be included in polls. I'm going to be doing polls in the future on Blue Sky as well, I think. I'm going to start doing polls there. Not to leave Twitter out. It's just that a lot of the time Twitter just bothers me. So I'm probably gonna do. I should do them there too, and I should also do them on YouTube so that everybody can be included. But I think that I'm going to start leaning towards trying to do them on Blue Sky and Discord. But lately I've got a bunch of them that were done on Discord. It's why, if you've ever seen that I've suddenly changed the game that I'm playing, it's partly because of that. Folks in the Discord voted on something, and I was like, yeah, sure. Truth be told, RimWorld actually is the game that's most want for me to be playing right now. That's what folks have said in the Discord. Aside from obviously voting for Frog, because that's I put Frog in the poll every time too, and everybody votes for it, and it's great. I love it. It's like because we like Frog. You just leave a lot of them. It wouldn't make me feel bad if you left them, because, like, I mean, I understand. There's like a million Discords. I get it. I understand. But it's the best place that I can do those kinds of things with good interaction, like that is more, you know, set up so that we can do like polls and other things. You used to have a poison dart one? Nice. Yeah. And if you do leave it, that's okay too. Like, you're still, it's not like I'm still here. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna hold it against you. That's silly to do. There we go. But yeah, I did that, and I started the schedule postings, and I'm gonna be trying to post them every Sunday. So during the Sunday, I'm gonna post them, and then if there's ever any changes, then you guys will be able to know ahead of time. And also, if there are changes, I will repost new one. Like, so for example, if we're gonna do a collab or a charity event or something like that, obviously I'm gonna want that to be included, right? So we'll make sure that it's as up to date as I can make it. And based on my current schedule, I don't have time on there, but eventually I do want to put time on there too. Like a time that folks will know that I'm going to go live every day. If I'm going to go live every day. I do have intentions of also including a day off for myself, but that's later. Later on. I'll have a day off where I'll spend that day with Emma. Not that I don't already spend time with Emma, because I do. We have our movie night on Wednesdays. And if folks are curious what we're up to in terms of the movies, we made it through Endgame, and we just recently watched WandaVision, the first disc. So the first 5 episodes of WandaVision. And we're right now, that's because we've been working our way slowly through Marvel. So that's the next thing, is that we're going to be finishing that. And then I don't remember what's next, but I think it's Hawkeye is next. So we're working our way slowly through that. And then once we're done with the Marvel stuff, we'll probably, I don't know. We've got animes and stuff that we've got to watch as well that folks have suggested, as well as there's just like a bunch of ones that Emma wants to watch too. And ones that I want to watch. Ones that we're waiting for. Like, I want to watch the next season of Frieren, because I really liked that one. I thought that one was cool. It was very chill. Chill anime. Yeah, and I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on in my life at the moment. Like, for now, my move has been postponed. So I want to move, but I'm gonna wait until it's time. You're gonna put frog heart emotes everywhere? That's good. My Discord's often very quiet, though. The most active sections of my Discord are the anime sections where my mods hang out, and There's a like gallery sometimes, and then the stream section when I go live, as well as other people go live, because that streamer section, if anybody goes live, they can post their stuff there. It's not meant to be just for me. We're in this together. So if you're a streamer or a YouTube person and you want to post when you go live, you can post it there too. Some folks think that it's only for me to post there, but no. I just need to know that so and so streams. We're only going to be able to do like 1 or 2 polls, but that's okay. It's better than nothing. I'll recoup as best I can, kill these 4 zombies, and then we'll go... I think I'm gonna swap weapons again for a little bit. Just not feeling the long blades at the moment. it's not like they're not good. It's just that it's still kind of low level, and that's part of the problem. We're only level 3, and I know that we're not going to get out of being level 3 if I don't apply some form of, but perhaps I should. Maybe I'll level short blades for a bit and just enjoy it. Take a break from having to do the level grind and suffering the muscle strain so bad. What's the peeps roll? The peeps roll is the general roll. So if you take that roll, then it's you need to click peep to essentially. It's like it's one of the things in the Discord that unlocks stuff. But it's what I used to call everyone, and still kind of do sometimes. Peeps, people, friends. Also, little marshmallow birds that exist in the world. Peeps. There you go. Yeah, you should see like the polls and stuff. It's in the streamer section, which is at the top. That's the stuff. Now I usually do an at here once a month to at those sections so that folks that aren't really attentive can see that stuff. I don't like to at here too often though, outside of like emergencies and that. Because emergencies like, you know, so-and-so got hacked, etc. Or to tell people to avoid whatever the latest scam is. I really wish that stuff would just not happen. But, you know, that's part of the world. Too busy bothering each other. Don't have anything better to be doing. we'll go have an in-game nap, and then we'll head over to Dixie, and we'll put a little bit more pressure now that we're using a level 9 skill instead of a level 3 skill. Well, sorry, level 8 and some change. Pretty much level 9. Is there a shortcut keyboard for investigate panel? Yes. You couldn't find it it's under, you go into options, you go key bindings, and it's located down here. Search mode. Toggle search mode. Mine is bound to Y, but I think the default is, I don't remember. So you'd have to, but yeah, search mode is what it's called. And that's this. So watch, if I press my Y key, this lights up, and we found beauty berries. Like, yeah. Just gonna eat them. Coincidence. Okay, let's go poke zombies with knives. Is this my own playlist? Yeah. You mean the music? Yeah, it's a playlist that I put together, and I add stuff to it and take stuff off of it sometimes. But essentially, it's a playlist of songs that make me happy. If you want it, here. There you go. You can have it. Enjoy. And then it's on a split audio track, so I do apologize to the YouTube folks. You guys don't get to hear it, but at least it's up there so you can see which songs we're listening to. Just means that there's no same for like the Twitch VOD. There's no it's split. Yeah, no problem. Enjoy. It's just songs that make me happy. Most of the songs on this playlist have a story with them incorporated, kind of. Because it's just how it is in my brain. There's Whether it's something like, oh, I played this with Emma and I watched Emma really destroying this game, or I was sitting on the carpet and just playing and probably getting my butt kicked by whatever game it was. Fond memories.
Hey!
Um. Huh? It's a few more than the couple that I thought it was. You know what? Maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. I'm gonna go back closer. I'm gonna hear a laugh. It doesn't seem to be ending, which is interesting. Okay, so now I gotta re-clear what I just cleared. $25,000. Not bad. No, no hugs. No. So far, so good. I didn't expect to hit resistance here, of all places. Further up, maybe, but not here. Time to go back and have a rest. That was rough. Nixie's not playing around. They're like interrupting me, getting back to the checkpoint. Yeah. I'll have to wait and see if I can manage to push through whatever that is over there. And then I wonder if the southern part of the checkpoint is just as bad. If it is, then that means there's roughly, well, a few thousand zombies still around the checkpoint. It makes sense. Hmm. It is tempting to not walk all the way back, but we need to.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. I am in the process of desperately needing an in-game nap. Good night, Van. You feel better? Is it empty? Yeah, it's empty. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're making progress. Gradually, we're getting through some of the zombies that have obscured my path. Unfortunately, though, as it would seem, uh, the the Dixie zombies that I thought were gone are not gone. They've reassembled and retaken Dixie. So as I'm trying to cut through the line right now to get back to the crossroads so that I can grab one of the gas cans so that we can possibly fuel other gas stations as well. Because the crossroads is a bit far from where I want to be at the moment. But I can't drive at this time. But we will start experimenting with cars in the spring, which is soon. It's just... Oh. Yeah. I thought we were at Dixie and I was wrong. This is the stretch before Dixie. It's like, where did that pileup go?
Hey! Hey! Hey!
I need to back off. Not quite enough. Oh, hello, there's two of you. Ooh, can learn recipe. Scrap sword. Nice. Dixie, are you easing up a little, or it doesn't seem like it, but I just figured I'd ask. As a courtesy. This area is still clear. Which makes sense because I drove the area. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's head back. We'll head back, have a nap, and it seems like we pushed through to Dixie again. So it seems like Dixie is not completely subdued, but at least we've culled a little bit more out of it. It seemed like there was like another 1,000 or so here. It doesn't seem like it's over, but it's definitely less, so that's good. Past this portion, back closer to the other side of the highway. So we'll have a nap, and then we will see about portioning that upper section of Dixie and then head to the crossroads. And then if we can make it to crossroads, well, then I'll take some gas from there. Obviously, I'm not going to drive the car right now, but we will drive the car soon. I've clearly stirred something up, though, and I'm keen. It's interesting. We've stirred up, like, in between Dixie and Muldraw, there's, like, a bit of a stir. As well as over by Crossroads, more than likely. So any zombies between here and there, more than not will probably be leaning towards Crossroads at the moment. Okay. Thought I heard a zombie noise. How many do I have left? Not many. Alright, so we'll try and push past Dixie now and see if we can get to Crossroads. And if we can get to Crossroads, I can get some gas. Then we can set up power here. We're actually almost out of winter. Very close. Oh, there's gas in that car. Good to know. Oh. This may be a frog raid. Oh, frog raid. Hooray. Thank you very much for the frog raid.
You're amazing!
Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Making progress. Wait a second. I want to see this. What's on your head? It's like a slime? No, it's a frog.
You're amazing.
You've got a frog on your head. I see. Look, you have a frog on your head. Yeah. The game's been going good. I'm having a good day, making progress. You love frogs? Okay, well, I'm glad we're in agreement. Frogs are the best. My follower alert sound should be familiar because it's May from back when I used to play Overwatch, but I don't anymore. So, you know, but it's a nice reminder, and it is true. I think that folks that follow are amazing, but they are also anonymous so that folks can enjoy their lurk. Yes, frog raid, indeed. Thank you very much for the raid. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. It is nice to meet you. I'll do my brief little intro-y thing, and then we'll continue. We're doing the rat race, which is a challenge mode, zomboid, sort of like
You're amazing.
marathon style. So it's like our goal is 1 million zombies, perfect character, and 13 outposts created throughout the map, which is kind of neat. It's all done on the same settings, etc., etc. Yeah. Do my little intro. Yes. Interesting. So, from my perspective, that name was maybe Christine, but you see May Beach. Huh. Interesting. Ristine. I don't see that. In my head is maybe Christine, but perhaps that's interesting. I like when things are in different perspective light and people see different things. It's really cool. Nifty. Yeah. Oh, so it is maybe Christine. Okay, so I'm not parsing it incorrectly. Interesting. But still, it is fascinating, isn't it? I think it's cool. Yeah, nice to meet everybody. Used to play Overwatch as well. I used to play it a lot. Like, so far, although a lot of people would explain that would kind of just associate me with Zomboid, Overwatch is still my second most played game. Zomboid being my third most played game. So it's like I top 3. But I haven't played Overwatch, and probably eventually Zomboid will be number 2. It just needs to double its time and some change. Which it'll get there. I still love Zomboid. Even if I do play other stuff, it still is going to be one of the games that I always play. It's the sandbox nature of Zomboid where you can kind of just sort of customize your own zombie apocalypse that just, it makes it great. Nifty. But yes, thank you again for the frog raid. I do very much appreciate. And here we are, back at Crossroads once again. Took a little bit to push back here, but There's still a handful of zombies kicking around, but they kicked me out. They literally kicked me out of this area. So I was banished to the forest for a little while. Enjoy your lurk. Rude. I miss you break windows. Chalice, and then yeah, that was my follow alert. My raid alert sound is Hakaware, actually, from Hunter x Hunter, saying adding interest, and it just makes me laugh in my mind sometimes. It's like adding interest. It is essentially what a raid is adding interest. I'm silly like that though. I do lots of little things like that because they amuse me in one way or another. Okay, so remember, I drove this vehicle from here to there, and I pulled like so many zombies. Like, there's a lot. We pulled a lot. Enjoy your wind down. And if you hang out too, that's fine. Yeah, but you know, I understand how it is to go for long streams and need to rest, but also enjoy. You know. Okay, I want these. They weigh a lot, though. I so want to, like, drive. I want to drive so bad. There's a part of me that's like, please, can we drive? Please. And then it's like, no. I know it's not wise. I know I shouldn't do it yet. We'll do it in the spring. After grow season, maybe a little bit. At least after I set up all the plants and do all the side maintenance and nonsense. You know, there's a lot of side stuff we gotta get done. But we will. It's on my to-dos. How much is in here? Still weighs way too much. It's because each of these is 10 liters, so I have 30 liters of gas, which is, it is heavy. Yeah, Zomboid. Oh, you nicked my hat. Okay. Enjoy. Sometimes chat steals my hat. Sometimes they give it back, though. Changing my hat is one of your favorite things to do. You can change my glasses too, but it costs 1,000 points, I think, or something. I can't remember what I said it, but you can take my glasses off, and you can also there's 3 colors for the glasses. But I give you guys access to my accessories. I dress myself, though. I don't want you guys to change my clothes. Yeah. The reason why the glasses are 1,000 points is because in my head, glasses change the way a face looks by a lot. So if you were to take my glasses off, it changes the way I look. It's quite changed. Plus, if you guys were to take off my glasses while I'm wearing my glasses in reality, I would take my glasses off. But I don't desperately need them for when I'm at the PC, so it doesn't change my vision at all. So my glasses help me see things that are far away. Glasses help you see. Sometimes. Seriously? Oh, because just one of these weighs 11. Or Higgins. I'm sorry, Higgins. I don't mean to do this to you. He's so tired. He just wants sleep. That's all he wants. We'll go back for those other gas cans later. I can't be bothered right now. One gas can should be enough. Oh, imagine crawling into bed after that day. Crossing like marathon levels of distance, carrying 3 gas cans full, plus your equipment. This is a long day. Poor Higgins. He even had to drop 2 of them just because it's just too much weight. And just in case we ran into a zombie or two, I didn't want to risk it. Ugh, poor Higgins. I grabbed this because if at any point in the future we see Lightning Kuno, I wanted to show him that we've got his hat. It's Kuno's hat. Mhm. Oh, hello. Sorry. Hello. Today's been pretty good so far. I've managed to push all the way to Dixie. I managed to snag the gasoline cans that we filled and walk them all the way to Muldra. Well, sorry. Well, I walked one of them all the way to Muldra. Two of them I dropped about 2/3 of the way on the journey. Well, yeah, so we need to get food, but we also need to go and have a look at some of the garages in the north section. Because there may be a generator in one of those garages, maybe. And if there is, then that's great. If there isn't, then I'm gonna have to hoof it all the way to those 2 generators that we know about. Which sucks, but I mean, it could be worse. I should forage for food here in a sec. As much as it sucks, I'm actually gonna need to run and grab another rabbit. Okay, no. I don't live with the bunnies, so they're in stasis most of the time. We've got 4 more bunnies. These are my bunnies, so they won't run away. That's a lot less meat than the first time, but it's fine. Some rabbits just are superior to others. Might need to go grab those branches if this one breaks. So please don't break this branch, Higgins. You can do it. Start both fires. You've started many a fire in your day. This is the last one that's in this pile. There's no other branches in the immediate area. You can do it. You can indeed break the branch if you want to. I gotta run and get more. I believe in Higgins too. He totally can break the branch if he wants to. Which he did. So eat food. Okay, so tomorrow we'll go and check the gated community really quickly and see if we get a generator from there. If we do, great. If we don't, well, I mean, that's too bad, I guess. At least it won't be a soul-searching journey. I know exactly where there's 2 generators. Empty. Oh, generator. Nice. He's missing that part. What about you? Yeah. Did I take the death trait? No. You're muted? My Zomboid has sound, or at least the numbers on the side are lighting up, which to me means that it has sound. The sound is less. I did turn Zomboid down a little bit. It's not that low though. It is -4 decibels. But it's not that low. Perhaps your volume is low? I think, unless it's not picking up sound, but nobody's complained about no sound for a while, so I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be a you thing. Why you have 0 open tiles behind your back? What are you talking about? I have 1. Keen hearing, right? I think. Yeah, I have keen hearing. It's open, 1 open tile behind me. You just don't see it. It's not marked because I'm playing build 42. Build 42, the vision cone's a little bit more precise. So, it looks like I don't have it, but watch. See this zombie? Watch. See how he appears? If I run away, watch. That's keen hearing. And this is Higgins 2.0. Higgins 2.0 is it's my 3rd real attempt, but 7th total attempt at the rat race. This is, so try number 7, but the 3rd one that hit breakaway. The other 4 Higginses didn't. They died in spawn. But my very first attempt is still my PB. We're about to crest over it though. We're about to beat it in terms of total kills. And the reason why that Higgins died was actually, I think it's exclamation point last death, and it's because I whiffed an axe swing. I messed up. That's okay, it happens. Oh, that is how keen hearing looks these days? I mean, yeah, for now anyways, unless they change it. This is the unstable build, so they could change anything on a dime. That's one of the reasons why whenever I tell people things, I always will asterisk it with "for now" or, you know, "currently" or stuff like that, because unstable build changes things. And although I do know quite a lot about the game, things could change on an instant. It's not gonna be enough. And that's assuming that I'm keeping up to date with the game all the time. I read all the patch notes. But sometimes I miss stuff in the patch notes. Also, I have friends that are very much code divers, as well as folks that are really into the game as well, and want this game to be the best it can be. Fingers crossed that we get there. Like, I mean, it's already an absolutely phenomenal game at its core. It's one of the best games that, you know, in terms of zombie survival sandbox. It stays true to itself. You know, some things are a little bit more strange. I'm gonna try and just take this all the way if I can. A dart in seemingly good condition. You remember when I drove the one that wasn't in good condition? It doesn't need to be in good condition. It just needs to be able to run. That character's dead, though. Thankfully. Thankfully, that one's dead. That would have been a hard game. Like, this game was tough. Rat Race in general is pretty tough, though. This game was tough. That game would have been nightmarish. Because of the way that I had messed up. Because I didn't just back up. I reversed and revved. So that's much, much worse than just driving forward very slowly and carefully. You know, that's not the same with a vehicle that's got decent condition. No, and a fairly good muffler. The engine wasn't that bad. Uh-uh. That dart was garbage. But it ran. And getting a vehicle that runs like flat without any actual like is tough in the initial. Without having pieced it together. That vehicle had a key too. I didn't even need hot wiring. It is supposed to be 5 different generators. You are correct, I think. Let me double check in my memory. You got the old generator, which is the worst but the best for leveling up your electrical, as well as it's the best one for sound radius and lure. You've got the value tech generator, which is the so red, blue, gold, old. Yeah, that's 4, isn't it? Is there another type? Because blue is value tech. It's the lightest generator. It's the more portable one. It weighs the least, and that's why it's good. So it goes old, blue, red, and then red is the Electro Max generator. It's the standard. You're in between. It is the Mario generator. It is the generator tried and true. And then there's the gold one. The gold one is Premium Technologies generator, which is the that's the good one for your base. The one that you want so that least fuel consumption, etc. It's the good one. But arguably the old generator is also one of the better ones as well. Blue is the lightest, yep. It has the least weight. You can actually, the blue generator, using the organized trait, you can shove it in a backpack. Yeah, is there a 5th generator that I'm forgetting about? I think Tyrannica's correct. Unless there's a 5th one. I don't remember. You can check. I mean like a hiking bag, not a military bag. Yeah, that's for those ones. The value tech generator's 30, I think. So it fits in the military bag, no problem. You can actually put extra stuff in there too. You don't realize how quiet I am most of the time in this game until I turn on generators. I don't make much noise. The zombies leave me alone most of the time. Minute. Yoink. And sure. Ooh, duffel bag. No zombies. Yoink. I really like to break everything. These can go in here, so can you. That's gonna break almost immediately, but whatever. Wait, it's empty. I'm carrying the other one with no... No, wait. What? Yeah, it's fine. We need to refill these. So I need to rest first. Now we rest. Yeah, I don't want to go over there, though. Not yet. I could go get a military bag. We could just go to that military area over by Rosewood, or we could go by the military checkpoint, or there's a few spots that are pretty light pop and really easy to get the military bag. It's just I don't need one. Bags are luxuries after all, and the time to get over to one of those areas and to come back, it take time, and I just don't feel like it. I need one! Gimme! Yeah, I don't, though. I could drop this bag on the ground and just do basic inventory, which, it's because I took disorganized, though. If I had organized, I'd be more tempted, but... Not this time. And that was on purpose, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't being too loot goblin-y. Yeah, Hydro Bag's amazing. Hydro Bag arguably is one of the best bags you can get in a sprinter's run. Good Bonds and I were talking about it at one point. That it is like so good. Not just because you don't need to keep just water in it. You can put any liquid in it. I.e. for sprinters runs, running alcohol in that bag is amazing. Have I seen a color of beret before? Let's have a look. Jeez. And welcome to the Age of Power. It took quite a while, but it's official. We've got power, and this is ours. All ours. Ah, Higgins, you finally got it. All your own. Thing is actually what we'll be able to do now is we should be able to plumb the sink as well, and then make a I should be able to make another amphora, and that amphora, unfortunately these two can't open, but the third amphora would be able to open. So... Give me a wrench in my other bag. Also, I've got the car battery charger, so we could charge a battery if we wanted to, and... Do I want another car that's over here? I don't know, I haven't decided yet. The last time went so swell, I think I might want another one, maybe. There's the part of me that thinks maybe it's a good idea. Okay, so what was I doing? I need... Hi. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. Tiny swords. Hopefully you're having a good day. One project to another. Does that mean that you were playing? It says that you were painting miniatures. Is that true? It'd be kind of cool to see what kind of minis you make. Interesting. Or were you playing PZ and the game? The game display thing is just lying to me again. Ah, okay. Interesting. That's nifty. Well, I do very much appreciate the Tiny Swords raid. It's really cute emote. Hopefully you had a good stream. And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I am doing pretty good. Rat Race is going well. We're actually just about to break my Rat Race PB. So my previous character, Van Higgins, this being a similar character, we're about to hit that threshold where he was last. But this time we have power, we have car, and I drove a little bit. That probably wasn't the wisest decision. And then also, yeah, we're making progress. Yes, indeed. But just my little intro thing. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison, and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure, wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. Yeah. I'm just gonna grab this and shove this in the corner, and then I'm gonna grab the pipe wrench and make attempts at creating a sink. I'm gonna try plumbing a sink, and then we should be good for water and food, and then I just need to save up a little bit. Go grab that ice cooler. Think, after so long, having running water, things that you'd expect that I would already have in created, we will finally have created. But I don't know. I take my time with things and don't really feel the need to rush. Oh, this is the actual bag. I was like, why does this other bag have like nothing in it? I'm pretty sure I do have a pipe wrench somewhere. Question is, where? Um, yeah. Searching my inner monologue, it's just like, good luck, thumbs up. Like, that's not helpful. Can I make a pipe wrench? Nope. That would be too easy anyways, I guess. Wouldn't let me make a pipe wrench. How am I supposed to plumb the sink? I know there's a pipe wrench somewhere. I have no idea where I would have put it. Normally I keep those kinds of things in like a special inventory. Okay, we're gonna run all the way to the Dixie Trailer Park and see if I left it there. No, there's no way I left it in McCoy Estates. I hope not. Fingers crossed that I didn't. I'm just gonna hope that it's in Dixie. If it's not in Dixie, it might be at Crossroads. If it's not in Crossroads, then I have to go back all the way to the cabin. If it's not at the cabin, then I gotta go to McCoy Estates. Let's just hope it's in Dixie. I know I have one now. It's just a matter of where. Because I plumbed the sink at the Spiffo. I'm pretty sure. Right? Did I? What if I didn't? What if I'm just thinking that I did that because I did that at one point in time for like a CDDA run like ages and ages ago? No, I'm like 95% sure. But there's that 5% of doubt. Well, I guess we'll find out. If I plumbed at the Spiffo, though, I would have left it at the Spiffo. Hey, Skyquake. Hi, Skyquake. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. How was it? Were you playing some PZ again, or were you doing something different this time? Alright, 2 seconds. Hey. I've been having fun. I forget where I put my pipe wrench. Is it... this
You are
is
amazing.
gonna bother me. You ever lose something that's semi-rare or rare and you just don't have a clue where it went? And I don't even know at this point if I actually did plumb the sink at the Spiffo. I'm like pretty sure. But like, what if I didn't? What if I've never seen a pipe wrench in this whole run? Well, then I gotta start checking sinks. You were on PZ. Nifty. Your run's going good? That's good to hear. I like when people's runs are going well and when they're striking new personal bests. Where you're just striving and you're managing to succeed with whatever goals you've decided. Whether it be that you wanted to cross the map or like only living in like a car or whatever crazy challenges people come up with. Fingers crossed we find the pipe wrench. Like, I'm 95% sure I plumbed that sink at the Spiffos. What if I didn't? What if I just think that I did? And 10 months in, you got to craft swords. Oh, you crafted katanas? You have a mod to do that? Or you mean you crafted swords like katanas? Because they're not craftable yet, are they? It'd be cool if they were. I'd be making katanas. I would just, that would be my new goal, is to make the favorite weapon, katana. Yeah, so they're swords like katanas. Okay, yeah. They're basically identical to the katana, except they're crafted. Katana's ever so slightly better than them, but I mean, it has to be. It's a katana. It holds its place as PZ's golden weapon. The weapon that is platinum. But if I could craft them, yeah, I would totally make that my favorite weapon. That said, though, I do still love the combat knives, so it would be a neck and neck with those two, but more than likely I would manage to keep keep the katanas ahead, just because they're a two-hander, they're good. Yeah. Yeah, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. It's very important. Whoa! What are you doing behind the trees? Rude. Hello, I lost a pipe wrench. Have any of you seen it? Ixie zombies? You're not gonna let me look. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah. Sugar beet, glass jar. Frog. I think I gotta go all the way back to the Spiffos and have a look there. Cause that's the last place I remember using it. But usually I bring those sorts of things with me because they're very, they're important. You don't see them very often. You see them sometimes. They're not super duper rare, but they are rare enough that I don't see myself leaving it behind. A fair amount to mice. Oh yeah, this was my we've got peanut butter and we've got, so I'm gonna keep that peanut butter and it's gonna be later used in the Muldra outpost, so I probably should bring it with me. I'm sure that we'll find more though. The goal is gonna be to use those kinds of things though for the non-perishables. At least I'll be able to see if I actually did plumb the sink here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the sink is plumbed. The Bible. I can read it again. It's good entertainment. Try to make noise next time? Um, hmm. I have no idea. I came all this way for what seems like no reason. It must be at McCoy Estates. Or the cabin. But I don't see me doing that. I knew I would be going to Muldra. I would have brought it with me to Muldra. I have no idea. I'll grab those 2 gas cans on my way by as well. Can't for the life of me remember. Maybe it's in the back of that van. Like the one that I poked crossroads with. I could see me putting stuff that start putting things in the back of it and then wanting to drive, and then maybe it's there. Or maybe it's at McCoy Estates. Don't know. Now we'll go looking in sinks and try to find another one then, because we should be able to find one. Oops. I climbed out of the window. I didn't mean to. I don't have the keys for this building. Wow, we lost the doorknob again. Of all the things to lose, why the doorknob? Every time. Yeah, we'll fix it in the morning. Thank you for my hat back. Do appreciate it. I need to fix that because I accidentally jumped out of a window and I was locked out, so I had to take apart the door and, well, now I gotta refix, repair the door. And it's awkward when you lock yourself out of your house and you have to take apart the door, but for some reason you are so skilled in carpentry that you managed to save all the wood pieces and the hinges, but you managed to mangle the doorknob somehow. Okay, I've been wanting to replace the door anyways. There. Okay, it's been active for a little bit now. Not bad. Nine lights are active. They barely draw anything. The generator itself is drawing gas? That's funny. It makes sense, but it's funny to me. It's consuming fuel to run itself. What? It needs gas to run itself? No. am happy though that most of, like, we've got most parts. I just wish I knew where I put that pipe wrench. That's like something that I'm gonna have to, I'd have to go back and look at my VOD history, like sifting through to see where where it ended up. That's gonna take some time, because it could be any number of them. Nope. I'd rather just it turn up. I'm not gonna do that probably. It'll just turn up at some point, I'm sure. And the bunnies. Oh no, another bunny has died. I'm sorry, bunnies. Yeah, let me remove this corpse from the pile. Don't like them seeing that stuff. This I don't trust it, so I'm gonna go pet bunnies first, and then we'll go. Then we'll go. Don't worry, bunnies. It's okay. Yeah, lots of bunnies. Unfortunately, one of them died. It's okay. The only problem is that this bunny might not actually be just one bunny. Because this is a doe, and a doe has a chance to have babies. Which means this may be one bunny, or it may be 6 bunnies. That's why I'm not butchering here. Because I've made that mistake a couple of times. Not that carting the meat back is that bad, because it's not. It's not a far distance. Because the way that I've got this set up is decent. I stay away from them. They do their own thing. I check on their food every once in a while. There's 80 of them there. They'll maintain themselves, or not, but even if they don't, they've maintained long enough, like, for the winter. Which means that I could, even if, that's the point of the bunnies, is that they maintain my weight through the winter. Yeah, I was right. See? 1 baby. 2 babies. 3 babies. That was 3 baby bunnies. On top of the main bunny. Which is unfortunate. Ah, the ability to just turn on the oven. Just turn on the oven. Walk away. I didn't need to light anything. No fire. Ah, luxury, but nice to have. Unfortunately, we don't have plumb sink at the moment, but perhaps... Normally I'm better about keeping those kinds of things nearby. Spawn loot desolation. You still see that, and it's still really funny. Oh, rabbit's done. Wow, that's awkward. You do not mess around with burnt food in Project Zomboid. Yeah, I could go compost it. We've got so much compost. We don't need more compost. $9 degrees. Oh, my day's going pretty good so far. We're making progress. I need to go looking for a pipe wrench, unfortunately. Because I don't know where I put mine. I'm lost. But that said, we officially have power. And I technically have a really awesome vehicle. Touching it, though, is dangerous, as we've seen. So, I do have a really amazing vehicle. It's back at Crossroads. Because it's, driving it here would be too much, I think. that doesn't mean that we're not going to drive it again, though. We will drive it again. Just not yet. Yeah, it's going really good. We are making sizable amounts of progress. And we're actually about to crest over the point where we're at my personal best in the rat race. Not my personal best overall, but eventually we will get there too. I hope. Because that's what my main goal of the rat race was, is to get my old PB. And then set a new record for myself. Hey, it's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. And guess what, Yuri? I've got plans. I've got plans, and it involves driving vehicles, but not yet. Soon. It's gonna be in the spring. But we've seen how that goes so far, and it's interesting. But I did drive it. I did drive it successfully, and it turned a place that was empty, completely barren. There were no zombies, into a place that had a lot of zombies. So, because there were no zombies at Crossroads. I cleared out Crossroads, Dixie, and McCoy Estates, all of it. And, yeah, I guess not well enough. Not car-worthy, anyways. It's to be expected, though. There is a large number of zombies that are missing from my count. But we'll get there. Dude, you should see that vehicle that I have. It is so good. It's a van. So that's the first thing. It's engine quality 77, which is not terrible. It's overall pretty good quality over the whole thing. And then its muffler is really good quality, and it's a performance muffler too. It is a very quiet vehicle, all things considered. Which is why it probably didn't kill me immediately when I drove it. Unlike that dart from Higgins #2. That dart was the worst vehicle ever. And it drove, which is the funniest part. Backwards. With Speed Demon. Yeah, I'm good.
Hey!
You have fun over there, zombies. Bye. But yeah, performance muffler, and it was good quality too. Like the muffler is one of the better pieces of the vehicle. So it's like, I wanted to post it. Did I post it? I might have posted it because I was like, it's a nice car. Probably one of the better vehicles that you could hope for in the rat race. Yeah, I gotta find out where I put that pipe wrench. Saved me time on the whole boiling water situation, but I guess it's not that big a deal. I just gotta move the M4 inside. Is there a water cooler over here? There might be. There's maybe? I feel like this is one of those places that has a water cooler. I guess not. Or is it up top? No. We'll just bring the M4 inside for now. It is nice to go away from starting fires, though. A year and 7 months of constantly having to start fires. I wonder if I'm gonna miss it. Nah, I can cook stuff on a fire if I want to. You have power? Yeah. We literally just turned on the generator and we are now powered at the at Smokies. I am right now just grabbing some water from these. As I don't remember where I put my my pipe wrench. It's gone. But that's okay. You wish you had a pipe wrench? I have one somewhere. I know I do because I did pipe the Spiffos. I piped the Spiffos water supply at Crossroads. So I have a pipe wrench. I just don't know where it is. It's like missing. And because I'm not used to having an oven, I burned a batch of rabbit meat because I failed. It was like, oh yeah, those are fairly good for cooking. I sworn I put it in here, but maybe I put it in there at the like McCoy Estates or something. Hard to say. The reason I don't just leave these outside in the rain to collect water and I constantly am doing this transfer stuff is because disorganized. When their water bucket's full, it weighs too much for me to put into the oven, so I can't fit it. Also, I can't fit it in any of the campfire inventories either. All of the campfire inventories are the same. In regards to that, though, I think they shouldn't be. I think one of the campfires should be bigger. Like the one that takes 2 masonry, it should be 15. It's not, it's 10. It's the same as the regular campfire. So I can't fit a bucket full of water in there. I can only do, like, I have to, like, parse my water slightly in order to fit it in there. One day, though, I'll have a pipe wrench again, and it won't matter. I'll just pipe a sink, and then I can just fill all and wander around. You mean on the top of it? Yeah, that would be cool. Same for, like, the elements on the top of the stove. They light up now, at least. So that's kind of cool. And there's a mod that you can get that when you open an inventory, it actually opens the inventory, which is kind of cool. I like that mod, but at the same time, it wouldn't really make sense for something like keeping an oven open for a long time, and then because it would run out of heat, stuff like that. But you actually can hear stuff now. Like if I hover over this, you could hear me opening the drawer. It's just weird if you do it while you're asleep, because it sounds like you're sleepwalking almost. Yeah, putting a saucepan in the oven. I mean, it depends on what kind of thing you've got into it. Clearly not sauce, but like, I mean, if you were... I could see putting it in there. It'd just be weird. There's better ways, better kitchen equipment that's for going in the oven. If you've got nothing else, though, like all the other stuff is being used. Yeah, like you don't have any bakeware and you're just kind of like forced to use a saucepan. Come on, Higgins, stop being in pain. Ah, the ability to just have your meals last more than a couple of days. It's a nice feeling to have that. That's luxury right there. This is all luxuries. Quality of life luxuries. Lessens my need to do certain things. This in-game day sucks, so I'm probably just gonna skip it. Yeah, because there's sometimes you get so many of them at once, especially because if you have like a doe that died and then you happen to get like, well, you've seen that one rabbit that I cut up earlier, half of that one in the trash. That is unfortunate, but it's okay, it happens. No, I literally put them in the trash, I think. No, you're right, I did put them beside the compost. I burnt some rabbit meat earlier that I threw in the trash because it's like I've got so much compost at this point. It's getting ridiculous. I can't I'd need like 20 composters to upkeep. It's just too many. Again, we don't need that much compost. When I plant crops, because I gotta water them too, right? So it's like, I'm only one person. I can only water so many crops. I can't water a lot of them. It's why I wish we had the, ye old 90s, like, sprinklers. The one that you'd stick out on the lawn and it'd be like, shh. It's like those, or like the one that go, ch 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 ch. That one, makes the noise. And like, then snaps back. I'd love to have those in this. Yeah, clay pipes are there. I made so many of them in my apocalypse run because I was leveling pottery. Because I had hopes of doing glass. And at that time, the glass didn't work right. So you couldn't do it. At least now I've made a hurricane lantern and I've made some windows. Oh, speaking of glass shards, don't make the glass shard spear. The glass shard spear is that one needs to be toned down on its volume. When it breaks, it sounds like somebody threw one of those bottles against like the floor beside you. It's like really loud. Because I found one and I fought with it and then it broke and it made me jump and think never again, and I said it out loud probably because it was jarring to me. Let's see. What am I doing again? Oh, I need twine, that's right. Yeah, it was last time. So it was Monday. Monday when I did it, I think. Because I was leveling spear a little bit on Monday. And then today I started with leveling long blades, and it just didn't feel right to me at the moment. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to switch and do some short blades. And I've been grinding short blades. We're almost level 9 short blade now, which is kind of nice. I think I might finish short blades as much as I was saving it. I wanted to use short blade later. I think it'd be just best to get it done with, and then I can start focusing on something else. Yay, tailoring XP.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. You're gonna get, okay, you're doing winter crops. I'm not doing winter crops because it's too tedious to constantly have to water them. Plus, I've been grinding away at trying to tear down Moldra. Eventually, we'll get through. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, you can take care of Rosewood, and then you'll be ready to drive. Right? You're gonna drive. I'm looking forward to when you start a vehicle. Let's see. This is gonna be, if I don't start these up, 800 years. Don't forget hemp, you need to make burlap. No. I'm glad they changed it for dogbane hemp now, because that is so much better. It's back in the old times of the rat race when it took 20. You needed 20. It's changed a lot since then. You're gonna manage your spring and summer crops? Okay, so then you're gonna have your agriculture up, like, considerably. My agriculture, I haven't done very much, but we managed to get to level 3 on just one, April through to July to just, no wait, April through to September, I think, on some crops. Mostly cabbages and radishes. I think radishes are one of the better ones. Because of quantity. You can plant so many radishes. And they grow fairly quickly too. That and lemongrass. Lemongrass is so good. I have no idea. I just remember that my plants died and that's why we stopped doing the plants. So I was like, it's okay. Could be worse. You're halfway through level 5. They go up fairly quickly, at least. My next batch of plants, though, is going to include sunflower seeds. Because sunflower seeds are ridiculous. And then you can turn them into oil. Oil. I've got just under 100. I think 80 something. 82, 80, 83 sunflower seeds. That'll be a good harvest. You only have one? You're gonna, trust me, that one though will become like tons. You'll get tons. Fuel consumption's really low, which is kind of nice. I thought it would be much worse. Now, mind you, I have almost nothing plugged in, but I mean, you know. So long as the one sunflower doesn't die. You get that devil's grass or whatever it's called. That stuff. Something devil fungi? Devil water fungi? Something like that. Hopefully you don't get that. Hopefully it's fine. And if not, then you can forage up sunflower seeds. As well as they are a lootable thing. My sunflower seeds, though, were neither. I didn't loot them, nor did I forage them. My sunflower seeds were collected from McCoy Estates, which were planted in the ground. So I kind of... Mine's like cheese a little bit. Yeah, I cheesed mine a little. Because knowing that those sunflower seeds were there and that they weren't gonna go bad, really. Because they partially rot, but some of the plants manage to just live forever until you can get to them. Okay, tomorrow we'll do stuff. Probably push along the main strip again. Because we're nearly at my rat race PB, so I'd like to get that. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't need to, though. I have hundreds of dogbane hemp. Hundreds of it. And dogbane hemp can be used to make burlap. And twine. What's my PB? So my PB in the rat race? I don't remember. Leaderboard. My PB in the rat race is 26,000 something, I think. Let me double check. 26,261 is my PB in the rat race. My PB overall is 243,917. So it's a little ways away. I'm not going to see it for quite some time. We're almost at my survival time personal best, though, because that's the longest I've ever survived in Project Zomboid. Oh, can it? I missed that. I missed a trick? Yeah. Dogbane hemp can be used to make twine. Like this. As well as burlap. See, you go here. Where is it? Wrong place. On a loom. This is the loom. See? Dogbane hemp. Or scrunched hemp. Oh, you can barely see it behind my kill counter. Here. They just added this a while ago. Like, I remember when they added it because they added it the patch after I'd already found a burlap sack. Of course, right? It's the patch after I found my burlap sack. And I went on a soul-searching journey for that burlap sack. It's not even a little journey. I went on like a soul-searching journey across the map to the garden store in Echo Creek. From here. From Muldra. It was... like, you can see it. And I made a bet with chat. I'm like, there's going to be one here, but like, I mean, let's see if we get one. So I was like, okay, you know, and then the people who said no won because there was no sack there. No sack. So I had to, after getting there, and it's not like I didn't try. I tried along the way too. I stopped at every garden shed I could come across, and even pathed myself backwards towards other garden sheds. And we found good loot like double sledgehammers, pickaxes, the works. We can find everything, but we didn't find the burlap sack. And then later on, I was like, you know what? Fine then. I'm not going to do blacksmithing because I needed the burlap sack to collect sand in order to do blacksmithing. So I was like, you know what? Fine then. I'm not doing blacksmithing. I'm just going to go and beat up Muldra. So I was like, and I'm going to go fight Dixie and then push Muldra. And then right along this road, there's a car pile up, and in the back of one of the vehicles was a burlap sack. Just down the street from my original crossroads base. At the very beginning. There we go. So much thread from hemp makes... Yeah, you can make tons of cotton rolls as well. Leveling tailoring is not super hard, it's just time consuming. Same as everything. Everything's time consuming. What goes in the hurricane lantern? I'm gonna guess gasoline. Hi, it's Serenity. Hello. Hopefully you had a fun stream. Ad raid? Wait. It shouldn't be ads. It said that the ads played already. I apologize if there's ads. I'll type it too. Sorry if there's ads. Ads. There you go. Thank you for the raid though, do appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good, you had a good stream. You had a good session. Did you get far? Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. And so far, we're doing pretty good. I'm walking back and forth. Not pointlessly, but kind of. I'm thinking about what I want to do, and it's nighttime still, so... Because Van got up early. You're alive and not bit. That's good. But yes, we have power now. We also have a car that's really good, and I have multiple gas stations that are active now, which is nice. We're still kind of... We're taking our time still. Yeah, I'm not driving the car, though. At the moment, I drove it once, and it was quickly proven that I shouldn't be doing that. Because an area that was completely clear, completely devoid of zombie life, sprung to life and was scary for a brief moment. So I was like, okay, well, I need to reassess. And in the springtime, we'll get our plants planted, and then I'll go play with the cars. That's probably what is going to happen. We'll plant the plants and then run off and play with the cars. Yep, enjoy your dinner. And I'm going to enjoy poking the Muldra strip just a little bit more down the street from the gated community because I think that's where I left those zombies. I don't remember. But yeah, we're actually fairly close to my PB. So that was kind of my goal for today, was to hopefully hit the PB, but also to check and make sure that I didn't completely screw my area with that car. And it turns out that I didn't. And that the car's radius, based on how I was driving it, is smaller than I thought, which is good. That is huge, which means that it is still big area, but it's not gargantuan area. It's not like as big as it could be. It didn't pull both Muldra and West Point together to sandwich me, which is what I was kind of fearing. which means we'll be able to play with the cars more aggressively come spring, when there's more food available to eat, so that I don't have to spend as much time looking for low-calorie meals and not finding anything. It's really awkward in winter how currently I'm like looking for berries and stuff and I just can't find anything. Just constantly there's only cherries around. It's probably because of the location I'm at, but still that's... You're living like a king. You're able to half your fuel consumption? Oh, because you have that extra large double fridge freezer was killing you? Yeah, it's usually for those I pick them up and I move them out. But I suppose you didn't really have a choice at that time, right? Your choice was use that fridge or not. Oh, you needed to use the freezer, yeah. Getting the icebox freezer is nice, but I should be able to, like, I was living so long without a fridge and freezer now, just having even the basic blue fridge freezer combo, I'm happy. I've got something. I can go get an icebox right now. There's one at the gas station I can snag. So if I wanted one, I could grab one. I don't have that many food at the moment, but eventually I will, so I probably should do it for foresight. But yeah. I don't intend to really go over that. The most that I've ever had in terms of large amount of meal prep has been 2 freezers worth. I've done 2 freezers and a fridge worth of food, but that was a little bit over the top. And I know it was, but I liked the meal prep. It was fun. I've got screenshots of me doing the meal prep. All you see on the floor is like tons of cabbage, carrots, veg. I'm making like super duper meals. A meal that on its own could cure depression. There'd be no depressed people around that meal. It's too good. Tastes phenomenal. Error 2. Interesting. I hate my mind sometimes. My brain said threat when that lit up. And there was a threat. So I was on defense to ready to attack it. It's a scarecrow. It's not gonna fight me. At least I know that I'm not like I'm still good. Like I'm still got the awareness. The biggest thing that's gonna get me killed is whiffing, so I need to be more cautious of that. You're sacrificing some veggies. It's good to sacrifice some food for better food, though. And then you're good for a while on other things. Like, as soon as I can, I'm gonna want to cook potatoes. Or, like, grow potatoes, not cook them. Because potatoes are good for longevity. But I can do pretty much all of the crops now if I want to. So we could spoil ourselves as well with things like watermelon, strawberries, stuff like that. It's nice for a treat. Imagine growing, like, going, like, doing the PZ diet and eating nothing but rabbit, fish, and then random berries that you're finding. All to finally be able to have, like, strawberries, watermelons, and other veg once you actually make it to the growing seasons. That's why I said there should be, if instead of having the happiness or the unhappiness Moodle, if there was a buff system that gave happiness as well as unhappiness, and they made both better and worse. So, like, if your character was happy, that you got, like, the aspiration bonuses from The Sims, like, your character is better overall. Maybe they get an XP boost. Maybe they get an attack speed boost. Maybe they get something, right? That's positive. And if they're happy... But if they're sad, then give me the worst stats possible for sadness. If my character's sad, give me real depression where fatigue happens, where you're tired, you don't want to do anything, your attack speed maybe is slower, everything about your character is just worse. Instead of just transfer speed, which can go virtually unnoticed outside of some very niche cases. But Mortimer Goth would come along. Oh, I remember the Goths. He would. Him in his silly outfit. And he'd want to be friends. Him and his symbolish. The Goth family. They had 2 kids, right? It was 2 kids and 2 adults. They were like, I think. Yeah. It was on my list to do a Sims 1 playthrough. It still is on my list. Just go back with some nostalgia. I know it won't be as good as it was back then, but it'd be cool to just kind of enjoy it. It was Barbara and Mortimer. Didn't they? They had 2 kids, though, right? One of the kids had glasses, if I remember right. Or maybe I'm thinking of one of the other families. You don't remember the kids? I'm pretty sure they had kids. I think the name Paige is sitting in my head, and I don't know why. So maybe one of the kids was named Paige? Or maybe it's a different Sim family that I'm thinking of. It was ages ago, but that's the thing, right? Having, like, aspirations would be cool. Like, one of the most downloaded mods is lifestyles. which gives you stuff to do as well, right? That doesn't, it's not even zombie related. Some of it's like, I seen Buzz was like painting and stuff, and he was like making art, which is cool. Those kinds of things are neat. My game is seizing a bit. Oh. Yeah, it's because we haven't restarted in a while. Wait, we're good. They got stuck on the watch bag. Oh, is it Bella? It's Bella Goth. Okay, yeah, maybe. That might be it. It's been so long since I've played The Sims. I do remember Mortimer though, for sure. Him and his silly fancy clothes. Well, they were fancy, right? I'm pretty sure. I think I remember him. Did he have he had a mustache too, right? They had a daughter, Cassandra and Alexander. Paige must have been somebody else, one of the other Sim families.
Hey!
Eat, recoup a little bit of stamina. Where are you going? What's over there? Something special? I don't see anything. Zombies and their strange antics. Yeah, combat's framey at the moment. I should probably restart if I'm going to continue to play. I'm stubborn though and just wanna keep playing. Like, how many? Some. Leave it alone. I deposit you here at the Spiffos. Enjoy your stay. Maybe you can help that one zombie that's trapped in here. Good luck in your attempted rescue of your fellow zombie friend. I'm gonna go get a little bit of rest in at home. Oh, I'm like way over, like overexerting myself apparently. I need to get some weight back. I didn't realize we were losing at that much of a rate. Oops. There we go. We're gonna need to go and get more rabbits tomorrow, but that's a not current issue. I'm gonna wait until 11 o'clock and we'll have ourselves asleep. Wait for my panic to come back down. All right, so we managed to get quite a lot done today. As much as I thought that we might like hit some snags, we did a little bit, but we made it all the way to Crossroads. We got the generators going, and I'm content with this as a stopping point for today. I do have intentions to post some polls on the Discord for the variety that we're going to be doing tomorrow and Sunday. So if you guys are into that kind of thing, I'll post the Discord here in a second. Let character sleep. There you go. It'll be in the poll section. Anyways, I'm gonna wrap it for then, time being. And we'll raid out. Oh, come on, show me Spiffo. Yeah, I figured that my game was getting laggy. And if I'm gonna restart it, I might as well wrap up for today. So. Alrighty. It's been my absolute pleasure as always. Let's find somebody to raid. Make somebody else's day a little bit brighter. Let's see, who's on? Let's have a peek. Oh, this person's looks good. We'll raid them. They've got the Spiffo, you took the hat, don't worry, it's okay. Adjust so we can raid this person. They seem to be having fun. They've got a Spiffo on the screen, which is neat. They have lots of cows. Anyway.